Okay.
As soon as everybody's in here, or Marieke?
As well, are there Welcome to day 2 of the Uncertainty Seminar. This is the 6th instance of the Uncertainty Seminars, which started in May 2019. And between then and now, sometime through the dramas of life and the wave of Corona, this has been the 6th one that is put into place. We are in Stroom in The Hague, standing with an audience here and on camera live. And today's topic is the second day of our theme that we're discussing and investigating through a series of workshops, through presentations and lectures, through questionnaires and performances. The topic of care. The inability to see. And caring. Who am I? How do I stand? How am I standing? Who am I facing? This instance of the Uncertainty Seminars was curated by Jules Rochielle, whose face was on one of these screens, and who we would like to give an introduction to this event as well. Hello, Jules? We can't hear you.
I'm really happy to be here for day 2 of the Uncertainty Seminars. It's been a wonderful opportunity to, I think further my connection with Marc, who's the host. I was unable to join the event due to travel bans and the pandemic, but this event is a series of presentations and workshops and experiences that were built last November through the room. During my time in the Netherlands, and I'm happy to be here with you all today, and I hope that you enjoy the experiences that you're going to have in this room today, and the performance that you will see shortly. To see the inability to see is it's a rapture. It's a poetic rapture, and it will be their second performance. They did a performance yesterday evening. And it's amazing how their collective work and practice of unearthing material in what they call a performance of the N archive hit on so many of the topics regarding mutual care, respect, activism, and kind of the tensions in all of those relationships. So thank you very much, Marc. I'll be present later on during the day in a puppet. So please come by and say hello. Enjoy your day today. It's so great to be with you here now.
Thank you. So as Jules said, this is an event that's staged through the chaos of Corona, where she couldn't be here to join us in The Hague, and so we're going to be followed in a way, and we are haunted by this time of Corona when things are both present and not present, but very really present in the same way that a virus haunts us. So before we pass off to Foundation who will explain the experiments that they're doing with to bridge these to bridge both away and near. I'd like to, if we could go around the room and mention who is present. So if you could say your name and say where you came from, that would be quite good, just so we could get to know one another. But before we do that, because this is an event that is live streamed and is full of cameras, I'm just wondering if there's anyone in the room here who feels uncomfortable being the focus of a camera rather than just a live panning which might catch your image. Is there anyone here who feels uncomfortable with the camera? Great. Okay, good. So, if there's any other problems throughout the day, feel free to chat with any of the organizers of this event. And we'd like, Jane, we want to make people feel at home, correct? Correct. Good. So, without further ado, could you just go around the room, and starting perhaps with you, Jane, say your name and where you came from today.
Okay, I'm Jane. I'm from Den Haag. And we're here in Stroom. Hey, my name is Ali. I'm from Leipzig, and I taught a workshop yesterday.
I'm Esther, I'm from Slovakia. I'm Faisal, I came from Utrecht, but I'm from Iran originally.
I'm Daria, and I live here in Den Haag, and I was born here, and my nationality is a very long story.
I'm Nazli, I live here in Den Haag, and I'm Iranian.
My name is Matthijs de Bruyne, and I'm from Amsterdam.
Yes, I'm Seba. I'm originally from Sudan, but I live currently in Amsterdam.
This side of the room?
I'm Karina. I work at the Foundation VR, and on my left I have Karina. But I'll introduce you.
Can I ask for introductions from the camera person and the other people? And there are secret people as well. Okay, good. So then, Foundation will give an introduction for their for the technical experiments to bridge the gap, and then we will move on with the program, which will move from here to the other room, which I'll introduce once they're done.
Hello, do I get the microphone again? Hello. I have a presentation, but I don't know whether it's, well, we can also keep Jules on. Welcome, everybody. We have been asked, we are from Foundation we have been asked to think along on the uncertainty seminars and to think along about how can we still get together without getting together, maybe. We were in thinking about how difficult it is to digitally join a seminar like this, like people on the stream are doing. So we are going to experiment with 3 small installations. Today we did something yesterday, we are learning, where we are trying to involve people who are far away more in this space. So as you already noticed maybe a little bit, one of the experiments. I don't have control, or do I? Oh, there it is. Yeah, the first one, we have right here on the stage a lamp, which is controlled by Jules. And when she wants to address anything that's happening tonight or this evening, she can turn on a light and speak and have something to say or ask a question. And we can interact with her through the power of light. And she will be put on the screen. And then there's a second experiment, which is right here, which is one of the digital visitors. We are joined by Cornelia. Cornelia, can you tell something about you? Where are you at the moment?
At the moment, I'm sitting in my little room in Eindhoven, and I'm very excited to be also at the same time in The Hague with you.
And what do you think about the concept of care?
Well, it's just the most human thing to do. It's the most urgent and necessary thing to do. I think without it, not science, not art, nothing would exist. If you don't care, there's nothing, right?
I agree. What we are going to do with, well, at the moment it's Cornelia, but it's the avatar today. I'm going to give it to you guys, and I hope you will take good care of her and or whoever will be in it. We have served a couple of time slots, so the people who are visiting will change. But enjoy. Who wants to take care first? Is there a volunteer, or otherwise I'm just gonna... Oh, well, you get to see from the presenter side everything.
Hopefully I could take good care of you.
Yeah, give it a round, talk to each other. It's yesterday we had some really interesting conversations already. And then the last thing that I just want to notify is the walking camera, today performed by Daoun. She has a GoPro on her chest, and she's just walking around, and you can, it's streamed via Facebook, on the Facebook Live of Stroom. So there we can tell our view of things when we're talking to Daoun or having a drink or anything. Yeah, that was it. Or maybe Daoun can quickly show herself, so you know how to recognize her, but it's this. Look, it works already. Okay, that was it, at least for us. If there's any questions, or talk to the doll, talk to the Facebook Live, and we hope to see the light turn on every now and then. Enjoy.
Applause. So, thank you very much, Foundation We Are. I wanted to carry the camera today because I'm challenged by my position as a bridge, which in some ways it can be very machine-like. Oh yes, this is my responsibility, this is my duty. I like the idea of being burdened by something that's soft and that is a little out of my control. So I wanted that care challenge. So thank you. Oh, and also one other thing, we may have an important visitor in this camera today later on. Not that you're not important, of course, but that Jules may pop up at some point and ask to be carried in tender and sweet ways. But now moving on with the program. Moving on with the program, To See the Inability to See will be our first artistic collective. They are composed of Martín, Roche, Contreras, Arefeh, Riahi, and Maartje Fliervoet. They will be giving a performance in the library. You are asked to quietly enter the library. Yesterday we had a very specific process of how that would be done. Today, the only instruction is to please be quiet and enjoy, rather than coming in groups of 6. So this performance will go on for around 30 minutes or so, and then we'll come back into this room for a question and answer session.
In 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Yeah, we need 5 minutes for sound check. So. Okay.
Okay. Great.
They can also be seen on the screen.
While we have the time, is there any questions about perhaps what happened yesterday? Did anyone who came? There's a question by Jules here.
It was just more or less a comment, and about yesterday is, at various points, I felt very present, even though I'm not there. And even after kind of this happened, Louwrien texted me when she got home. And so I had the ability and capability to say goodnight, and we had a reflection on some exchanges that happened between the artists. So there are these different ways of being present and with each other. And in general, I felt that, we're still community building across sort of the boundaries of having a presence in a physical space, but also being connected in these different ways. And that was really meaningful to have those exchanges and to kind of feel so present in the room at various points, through kind of the technology interventions, but just, so my reflections last night were really heartwarming, and I felt really connected And that has felt really good because there have been many times during the last 6 months in New York and with what we're going through globally where it has been very isolating. So having this experience with all of you and doing this with all of you has been quite meaningful. So that's my reflection and comment from yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm wondering, there was this moment, oh, Jules, why are you gone? Maybe she'll
back.
pop. Okay. For me, one of the interesting moments of bridging the space and bridging the conversations that were going on was when Natasha talked about a care activism and a political activism. A care activism, which is about tending relationships, and a political activism, which is about tending an ideal goal. And when she brought that into the room in the same way that you are over the medium of the distance, I suddenly, for me, brought together the possibility of the way that she formulated it as not one versus the other, but really as a holistic vision. In that way, just now talking with you, I connected that to Louwrien's moment of how Corona makes this politics a possibility again, because we have nothing to do, but we have nothing and have everything to do but to try and care for these relationships that this whole orchestra, in a way, is also documenting, in the sense that it is so hard just to bring people together in a meaningful way. And the structures that your collective are organizing really demonstrate just all the labor that it goes to make a caring and ethical and responsive communication structure.
This, the virus and our challenges with the virus and all the subsequent pandemics have certainly pointed that out to us, the complexity of sort of holding space and being in a space together. It certainly has shown us, I think, our points of weakness and also our points of strength in terms of how we sort of bridge the divisions. Later on today, you'll hear from a group of artists that will be talking about the sort of the divisions and how they're trying to hold space for one another in the United States. Not that the US has any more severe problems than any other place right now, but we are going through an election, and there's been a series of, there's been a lot of violence in the US lately. There are many people that have lost their jobs, and there are many people that are under threat of losing their housing. So in this time, you know, there may be a lot of fear, a lot of tension, but I guess the task is how do we build and continue to build connection and strength and function in sort of a culture of care when there is so much distress happening. So you'll hear from a group of artists that I think are, you know, being really creative about how they're approaching the topic of care in the US in a number of different communities. And so I look forward to being able to reflect and sort of share on some of their practices. But without further ado, I believe there's a fantastic performance that is awaiting us in the library. So enjoy the performance. Okay. Bye-bye for now.
Okay. We're ready? Yes. Okay. To the library or to stay here by the screen?
Yes, because there can just be 6 persons.
They said today they want to just keep it open.
Today they wanted to have 9?
They just said people
Or people can
wander in and out.
Yeah, okay. I'm guessing you can also watch the performance for me.
We're going to the library.
Right.
And if you want, there's masks available on the desk that you'll see on your right. You came back again.
You know, like, of course, it would be much nicer if we wouldn't have to do that.
actually the human.
That's an
I'm
interesting
going to be reading
thought.
fragments from Lost Children Archive by Valeria Louise.
Wekenlang.
I'm going to be reading
Yes,
fragments
exactly.
from Manual,
And relations that are
Instructions
informed
for
by
to Give and
deep
Receive by
listening
Catalina Bauer,
and deep caring.
and also fragments from
Yes.
The Career Back Theory of Fiction by Ursula K. Le Guin.
I will read Time Has Fallen Asleep in the Afternoon Sunshine, a book on reading, writing, memory and forgetting in the Library of Living Books, edited by Mette Edwardson, Christian van den Brande, Victoria Perez Royo, Runa Broch
Skolzek.
And the fragments I will read are from Mette Edwardson, Bruno de Wachter, and Lara Khalidi.
Last April, researchers published a research concluding that Neanderthals probably used plant-based fibers to produce yarn. A 6 mm long piece of cord or rope consisting of 3 twisted fibers had been found in France at a Neanderthal site. It may have been part of a net or a bag. Neanderthals may have woven fibers. Weaving is an extremely important technology based upon abstract thinking, but it also induces a thinking in relations. In order to see the archive's inability to see, it is necessary to open it up, to break its seal, to weave stories from its collection with stories from our personal archives, and add titles and voices to its current collection. These titles refer to such a collective weaving itself, or to weavings of stories from alternating perspectives.
Books are read to remember and written to forget.
Our mothers teach us to speak, and the world teaches us to shut up.
For the project Time Has Fallen Asleep in the Afternoon Sunshine, a group of people dedicate themselves to memorizing a book of their choice. Together, they form a library collection consisting of living books. The books pass their time in libraries reading, memorizing, talking to each other, going for walks outside, prepared to be read by a visitor. The readings take place as intimate one-to-one encounters where the book recites its content for the reader.
To give and receive is an activity in collective knitting in which a group of participants stand in a circle facing each other, something we will refer to as a round. The activity is based on the process of basket weaving, but its initial inspiration was the traditional maple dance, a celebration that is present in many cultures and among other things symbolizes the union of people.
One morning, the girl left a dirty pair of panties on the bathroom floor after her shower, and when I picked them up a few hours later to put them in the laundry basket, I noticed that they were alive with ants. It seemed like a deep violation of some sort, a bad sign. The boy found the phenomenon fascinating and the girl hilarious. Over dinner that night, the children reported the incident to their father. I wanted to say that I thought those ominous ants foreshadowed something. But how could I explain that to the family, to anyone, without sounding crazy? So I shared only half my thought. A catastrophe. My husband listened to the children's report, nodding, smiling, and then told them that ants, in Hopi mythology, are considered sacred. Ant people were gods who saved those in the upper world from catastrophes by taking them down to the underworld, where they could live in peace and freedom until the danger had passed and they were able to return to the upper world. Which catastrophe are the ants here to take us away from? The boy asked him. I thought it was a good question, involuntarily poisonous, perhaps. My husband cleared his throat, but didn't answer. The girl delivered a strange agglutination of concepts, as if the spirit of some 19th century German hermeneutist had possessed her. The ants, they come marching in, eat my upper world panties, they take us where there's no catastrophes, just good trophies and tushy freedom.
This is the heart of the project, to develop a practice where the value of something is in itself rather than for something else. A practice is something that does not necessarily lead to any objective, but is something we do over an extended time, and maybe there is no end to it.
Finally, invite all the participants to spread. Make sure the ribbons are always crossed at the same point and ordered in the center of the round. For example, that the ribbon in the left hand is always placed over the ribbon that it is in the right hand.
The practice and the presentation of the project are one. Each time a book is read by a reader, it extends the lifetime of the book as it re-establishes its memory through reading. If memory is an act of resistance, book and reader are complicit in the act. We create a reading experience, the shared situation between performer and audience, or book and reader, is one of intimacy. But the book does not want anything from the reader in return, other than to be read, which here is equivalent to the readers simply listening to the speaking book they have in front of them. The experience of memory creates a time-space which the readers can give themselves into.
I suppose an archive gives you a kind of valley in which your thoughts can bounce back to you, transformed. You whisper intuitions and thoughts into the emptiness, hoping to hear something back. And sometimes, just sometimes, an echo does indeed return, a real reverberation of something, bouncing back with clarity when you finally hit the right pitch and found the right surface.
The round is an exercise in giving and receiving, as the name of the activity suggests. Whilst I am giving with one hand, I am receiving with the other, everyone together in a coordinated movement. Through this process, we slowly weave a cord which brings us together as it grows.
Memory and forgetting are connected. One doesn't exist without the other. Learning by heart is a continuous process of remembering and forgetting. As long as I continue to repeat and to memorize, I will know my book by heart. I can choose to remember. But can I choose to forget?
We drive onward, southwest bound, and listen to the news on the radio. News about all the children traveling north. They travel alone, on trains and on foot. They travel without their fathers, without their mothers, without suitcases, without passports, always without maps. They have to cross national borders, rivers, deserts, horrors, and those who finally arrive are placed in limbo, are told to wait.
Once you have given the ribbon in your right hand to the neighbor on your right, placing it on top of the ribbon in their left hand, use your right hand, now free of ribbon, to collect the ribbon that was placed over the ribbon you are holding in your left hand.
Ursula K. Le Guin's essay, The Carrier Bag Theory of Fiction, in Ursula K. Le Guin's essay, The Carrier Bag Theory of Fiction, regards bags as the first cultural artifacts of human beings and values the stories of the gatherers, the ordinary people, over those told by the hunter, the hero. Not only does she emphasize the importance of stories that are much less often told in our capitalist, male-dominated world, she also places at the center of this story an object possibly woven itself. Instead of tales of long, hard objects for hunting and killing, she turns the attention to those which can rather receive and contain, such as the container. In the end, the universe itself is like a bag of stars.
Only when the text is performed, realized in the intimacy of a meeting, is something released that you can call literature. When at least two intentions meet, of reader and writer, of public and performer, of designer and text, they transform each other, and that fusion brings about a new version of what already exists. Every time this happens, a new original emerges in the place of the known one.
We probably soon realized that our empathy toward one another, and therefore the possibility of a real conversation, was impaired by the radical solipsism that amorous disappointment brings.
Among the Acta, a group of modern hunter-gatherers in the Philippines, camps with a greater proportion of adept storytellers showed increased levels of cooperation. People preferred to live in camps with good storytellers. Furthermore, the great majority of the stories emphasize cooperation and sexual and social equality.
I always like to repeat the poems in a new environment. The entire text gets freshened up. For a literary text, a new environment is like a new frame for a painting. The novel is like a bag of words, according to Ursula. And in the case of Lost Children Archive by Valeria Luiselli, this bag carries stories and archives. And maybe the novel is an attempt to think about how everyday people can own and activate archives. Maybe in such a way, an archive can become a carrier bag. Archives made of stories that, if shared, allow for additional stories to be made. Stories of Apache history become entangled with stories of the lost refugee children at the US border.
So you get up and go to the damn soggy oat patch in the rain. And wouldn't it be good thing if you had something to put baby ooh in so that you could pick the oats with both hands? A leaf, a gourd, a shell, a net, a bag, a sling, a sack, a bottle, a pot, a box, a container, a holder, a recipient.
Removals.
The other was just where you located the toxicity of yourself. Elizabeth Pavinelli.
And it is we who travel, they who flee. We who may choose exile, they who are forced out. James Fenton.
It is the story that makes the difference. It is the story that hid my humanity from me. The story that mammoth hunters told about bashing, trusting, raping, killing, about the hero. One relationship among elements in the novel may well be that of conflict, but the reduction of narrative to conflict is absurd.
A really important question for all of us is how not to produce archives and archiving institutions. When individuals memorize stories, the copy archive is safe and emancipated at the same time. The archive must remain a myth. Its potential lies in the oral dissemination of both its content and the myth of the existence of the archive itself. There is a myth about the existence of an archive as such all over the city of Ramallah. It is said that buried in backyards and in the walls of buildings is an archive of political pamphlets. These communiques were secretly published by the unified national leadership of the Intifada. The pamphlets communicated designated dates and locations of future demonstrations, incited and announced collective civil disobedience actions. The pamphlets were naturally deemed illegal, and anyone caught with a copy were arrested by the Israeli military. Many a time, the designated distributors were unable to distribute the whole number, and so needed to discard them as it was too dangerous to keep at home. The way people disposed of the pamphlets was what created the archive, or its myth, because burning or shredding them would leave evidence, as smoke attracted the military instantly. The documents had to disappear. And so it is said that people buried them in deep holes, in their backyards, empty lots, on mountains just outside the city. But they also threw them into wet concrete if a building was under construction or renovation nearby. Therefore, the only way to dispose of the archive was to make an archive. Dear Mette, I have been thinking about the two different stories of covered and uncovered archives I told you about in the last email. I have been thinking about specters, or how those archives are ghostly. Archive is still alive. The ghostly denotes a past without closure. It also suggests a midway existence, one between life and death.
One by one, I started taking things out of the box, slowly, making sure I put everything in order on the bed, so I could put it back later exactly the same way. The first thing I took from the top of the box, I put on the left foot corner of the bed, which was my corner. The second thing next to it, then the third, fourth.
Science fiction, properly conceived, like all serious fiction, however funny, is a way of trying to describe what is in fact going on, what people actually do and feel, how people relate to everything else in this vast sack, this belly of the universe, this womb of things, to be and tomb of things that were, this unending story.
Boris Royce writes about the difference between a museum and a graveyard. In the museum archive, objects are announced as dead by being exhibited. They are defunctionalized, connoting the end of the regime they represent. Whereas with graveyard, stories of resurrections and of ghosts are always rampant, therefore foregrounding the possibility of some sort of return. This renegade archive of First Intifada pamphlets then maintained the possibility of a return of a similar emancipatory moment.
Clipping. Photograph. Objects found on migrant trails in the desert, Pima County. Loose note. A map is a silhouette, a contour that groups disparate elements together, whatever they are. To map is to include as much as to exclude. To map is also a way to make visible what is usually unseen. Book. The Gates of Paradise by Jerzy Andrzejewski.
In the middle of the 16th century, Tahmasp, the king of Safavi, who was, until that point, one of the great supporters of art and mainly book illustrations, published an official repentance. According to that, the king and his court would condemn all the carnal pleasures of the world as indicated in Islam. To them, any psychological effect of an artwork could count as such pleasures. Therefore, all the royal organizations where art and books were being made were closed. The books and artworks were stored somewhere out of reach. All the artists lost their jobs. Many of them immigrated to India or Osmani and offered their art to enemy courts. Those who remained started to make art with no commission for the first time. So perhaps one could say it was the birth of non-commissioned independent art that was not made for a book project or a royal commission, but rather for normal people who could perhaps even pay something for it. Thus, the single-page paintings came to existence. The artists started to sell their work illegally and secretly in bazaars. One of the most favorite topics was indeed the lovers. However, representation of the human figure in painting was even more dangerous and forbidden, so, inspired by poetry, the painters adopted the metaphor of bird and flower as a symbol of lovers. Bird and flower, single-page miniatures became popular. There was a secret woven into this image, a secret message that everyone knew about, as this code was extracted from poetry and literature, but no one would speak about it.
The bird and flower image here holds a feature similar to that of literature for Jacques Derrida. As Martin McQuillan writes in an introduction to Derrida's book, The Secret of the Archive, literature offers the secret not in the form of an encryption that is potentially knowable, but as an absolute deprivation of the power to choose between reality and fiction. The raising of the Palestinian flag up until the signing of the Oslo Accords 1993 was considered an illegal act by the Israeli military. Several Palestinian artists such as Suleiman Mansour deliberately used the colors in their painting as an act of subversion. Even more so, vegetable vendors started making assemblage of vegetables and fruits in the color of the flag. Yet, even that was deemed illegal, as Palestinian artists were forced to apply for a permit to the Israeli military in the 80s in order to exhibit their works in public. And so the artists resorted to yet another maneuver, which became a common strategy among Palestinian artists to outwit the Israeli military authority. An illustration of such a tactic was the painting by Suleiman Mansour titled Bride of the Homeland, 1976. Dedicated to a schoolgirl, Lena al-Nabulsi, who was killed by the Israeli occupation force in 1976, the painting is not painted in red, black, white, and green at first sight, that is, but once one looks closer, one realizes that the painting contains elements which are very familiar to every Palestinian and recognizable in their original colors, making up the colors of the flag. Lena's school uniform is blue and white in the painting, but everyone knows the white and green stripes of the public school system's uniform. The grass is not blue but rather green, and that blood is red and not pink. The colors of the Palestinian flag were an act of resistance in themselves.
Lost.
The first attempts by a new group of participants are often a little problematic. Ribbons fall apart from people's hands, accidentally. Some are confused when passing between hands, etc. It's common for a little disorder and frustration, but after a few passes, the ribbon begins to assert itself in the center of the round, and that helps to control the chaos. Little by little, all the participants find a rhythm that suits everyone.
You and I were with the lost children too, though only for a little while. We met them and were with them, tried to be brave like them, traveling alone on trains, crossing the desert, sleeping on the ground under the huge sky. You have to always remember how, for a while, I lost you and you lost me. But we found each other again and carried on walking in the desert until we found the lost children inside an abandoned train car. And we thought they were maybe the eagle warriors that Pa had been telling us about. But who knows? You have to know all of this and remember it.
Then it's time to close the resultant woven cord. Everyone in the round should make a knot with the 2 pieces of ribbon they are still holding, and it's done.
Medium or large?
Medium chunk. I think we're late for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we go.
They'll be coming in here for a question and answer as well. So. If we start a little early, will that be okay?
I'm sorry?
If we start a little early for you, will that be okay?
I'm sitting here, so.
Excellent. I have to say, because of what I'm curious how you made distinctions between yesterday's text and today's text. Like, how do you see them differently?
Well, we saw them very differently at first, and they are very different objects. They are different books, so the content is different. But I have to say that this morning we rehearsed one more time, and we felt like so it seemed like yesterday's object had was much more about violence. But actually, this morning we were thinking like, yeah, there was also quite some conflict in this one in the end. So at first we saw that there were more differences, and this morning we felt that they were not. They are different, but not as different as we thought they were.
I think there is like an interesting factor in that today we brought in a novel and also this manual of instructions that have like also different like codes of language. And I think maybe that gives another rhythm. Yeah.
I also think that, sorry, I was told that this microphone makes noise, so I have to use this. Yeah, during the process, I think the books kind of found each other. So we had lots of books, and then we were thinking this can go with that, but they very organically came together and created these subjects that you receive as one. So yeah, I think that was also very both important and very interesting for me, how Yesterday Objects has its own process and they came together through that process, and also this one. We still also see some connection between the two objects.
Other questions? Then I'll have a follow-up.
There's a question.
Maybe you need the microphone, because, yeah, I will bring it to you.
Well, I was just, well, first of all, thanks for the performance. It was really a truly enjoyable piece. And I was just curious about the following. So it happens that when, like, so I have read a few of those texts that you guys were working with. And it happens that when one is actually reading those texts by oneself, there is a certain dynamic, right? That, like the concentration that goes into reading that text. But then when it is intertwined with this other text, something else happens. Like actually, it is a bit hard to keep your attention up the whole time as an spectator. And I don't consider that to be a downside. Actually, it's more like there is a very different pace where one goes in and out of the work. And I was just wondering if you would have like some reflections into this kind of like a new stage of reading, non-reading that happens from that experience of traveling. It's more like this journey that you do.
Well, I think what happens a lot is we are, of course, it's different. For us, it's very hard to judge it, how it is for someone who listens to it for the first time. Because we did read it, of course, for a first time. We selected individually some parts, and we knew, of course, what we were interested in already. And then if you read it for the first time, there are accidents, not beautiful accidents, where suddenly the world tells you to shut up, and it's about memory and forgetting, right? And things suddenly meet each other. So we never are in and out of reading, of course, when we are reading, but it's for sure the case that how certain parts meet is happened by chance. And then, of course, there are moments where we also steer it a bit more, but we definitely wanted to let that in as well.
And I think that there is some interesting anecdote that we had that somehow explains a little bit in relation to your question, Oscar, that a few months ago we were reading one text by Hélène Cixous, and it was the first time that the three of us read collectively. Like, so we had this group in which we would read sentence by sentence, word by word. And I think when you read alone a text on your own, you are much more open to forget that there are some things that you're not paying attention. So you read quickly and you think, oh, I got it, and you continue. And you had this idea that you understood completely the text. And just when you lose complete of attention or you are like distracted to some other idea, you're able to come back and maybe assume that actually there were things that you were not paying attention. But when you do this like orally, when you read out loud, this is much more evident. You cannot like make a trick on yourself because you immediately know when you lost attention. So I think there is something interesting also in that sometimes you go out of the attention, but there is a word that pulls you in. And then there is a sentence that keeps resonating, that also brings you out of continuing with the reading. So I think we are also interested in this sort of different rhythm of reading.
Yeah, I would also like to add, is this working?
Yeah.
That for us, the connections comes also through making these objects. So what we perceive as connections probably are very different with the audience who hears it for the first time. And I also think sometimes there is no really like a flow of narrative, which is something that I really like, because you hear from these stories of Ramallah and then go back to Lost Children Archive in US and then go back to Ramallah again and then go back to traveling. So it's kind of like a weaving of the narrative, the same as, so I think this is not always like a really linear flow, and it's interesting for me.
So I'm interested in what you said. I'm interested in how the last question pointed to when things come together, go together. And I'm interested in bringing that, and as we've been talking about this state between ideas and our bodies, I'm interested in if you have any experiences where somebody feels that something has come together and another person hasn't. And first of all, how that, in a way, a sensibility that something has been meaningful, and then how that meaning is shared or unshared, or felt or unfelt by somebody else in the group.
I think we're really a bit the same in this respect.
We always agree at the end.
We usually, yeah, we never
At
think
the end,
like,
that's my...
well,
it's not really a difficult process, you know, like
Yeah.
to get to that end.
Yeah, that's the question, is about that process in some ways.
no, we may discuss things, but usually we all think like, oh yeah, the connection lies here. Oh yeah, you're right, maybe this doesn't really work, so yeah.
Yeah, I think that we, in general, we come to an agreement. And there is a conversation because we read out loud and then we select and then we decide to take out. But since we are 3, I think the number 3 is very good for this. Because normally if there is one who has a strong position and the other 2 are against, like there is a counterbalance and the other way around. So I think the 3 is a good number to make this sort of decisions.
And then further in that question, I'm just curious if there's a description of how you know that you've come to something. In your bodies, in your minds, where does that rest? How do you know that? What is that arrival? Because it is speculative and abstract work.
Well, since you related to body, I think it is, for me personally, we never really talked about it this way, but for me personally, it is also something bodily now that you mention it, because it's kind of like, open sensations, one way or another. But also, I think it is about, we make, like any other process of art making, that you think, okay, it makes sense. It is working, it is communicating something, you know. And yeah, there is also a bodily aspect to it.
And I would say that we spend a lot of time in doing the readings. So I think it comes over time. So sometimes maybe the conflict comes, like it prolongs the process. And we are like stuck and reread and go on. And at one point you know that we all feel like okay with it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was so wonderful to be part of that. And I was very curious, and maybe you've mentioned it in the introduction, if there was that, but as I understand it, you do different readings, and is that different readings of this same material in a sense of an alteration of the same publications on different pages, perhaps, where they intersect, or is it an entire different set of stories, of books?
Yes, Totally different, yeah.
Wow.
So yesterday we read 3 different books. We read fragments from 3 different books, and they were very much of our thinking of the archive as a form of extreme, even violent care. And it was Ian Hamilton Finlay, A Walled Garden, and oh my God, my memory.
Precarious Lives by Shahram Khosravi and who's your book?
Sarah Ahmed.
Oh,
Sarah
yeah.
Ahmed,
Promise
The
of
Promise of
Happiness.
Happiness. Sorry, well, it was an intense evening. So those 3 very different books. And today, I guess the books were much more about finding connections, even though this is in many situations and many places very hard at this moment. So yeah.
So
Does this answer your... If we would do the same object one more time, it would also be different, but it was definitely a different object yesterday.
And then, thank you. And then also, like, because I thought it was such a beautiful synergy that these publications that you choose now had. Is that then something that you take as an information for yourself of, all right, these work well, we continue with this material, or is it a one-time sort of experience that you are after?
I think we should maybe continue, but actually before we wanted to make like 4 objects or so. We were very ambitious, and then we realized, oh my God, this takes so much time. To reach this synergy, you need a lot of time. So that's why we decided, okay, 2 is maybe more than enough.
I want to add that this won't be something that we will repeat. I won't repeat it, at least. No, I really insist that this is one-time thing. And maybe we will do the same, we will weave the same books, but with a different narrative, different inserts, or because we already also wrote a lot and many of them went out. Maybe they will come back in, these will go out, and this is not something that is fixed as this object and this narrative and this performance. No.
Yeah. And also, like in the process of making, for example, the object that we shown today, there was another book that was part of it.
Yeah.
And through the process, one day somebody said, no, I think this book should go out because there is this other book. So there are these moments in which like one book is replaced. So, and then it comes also comes back to Mark's question of time, because then we have woven a whole object and then it's like, no, this is not the book, and then we start again, weaving again. So actually every time that we were weaving the books, we were opening them, then putting them back page by page. So yeah, it was a...
I think even if you wanted to, you could never do it the same way twice.
Exactly.
There's no way.
It is definitely to be reactivated, but every time differently.
Maybe there's a question there.
Changing the one who reads certain text, is this also part of your process? So that, or are you always reading your own texts, or do you interchange them also in the process of weaving, as you call it?
No, we don't read our own text necessarily. We read each other's text, and it goes more with the narrative and where it better be. So
it's nice when when the voices alternate. If someone is reading for 10 minutes and then the other 1 minute, it's nicer if there's a bit of a... Right?
I would say what you hear is our voice, no matter who read what or who wrote what.
No, but I mean, if you would repeat this performance, would you interchange the texts among you three, that you read other texts?
Yeah, I would say also we won't repeat this performance. We would reactivate the same object in a different way, and yes, that would be also part of it.
And during the process of making and weaving them, we change voices. So
Thank you.
Thanks to you.
Thank you.
We'll have about a 15-minute break, and then we'll return with Matthias de Bruin and Cecilia Vallejos. We'll make the introduction and a call when the break is over. We have Matis de Brane and Cecilia Vallejos.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Marc, for receiving us. Thank you, Stroom, for hosting us in this moment, which is not easy to host a number of people. And obviously, extended gratitude to Jules, that has been very dedicatedly assembling this program from New York, that I imagine hasn't been easy to do that, so thank you so much. So let's start. Our names are on the screen, and probably you want to know what we do. So we are artists, and in the last 10 years, let's say, our interests have been centered in process that happens outside of the art field. For me, this outside, coming from theater, performance art, like decades ago, was more or less concentrating in making works that could be more close to reality, especially because theater deals with stories, so I was really interested in seeing how real can get these stories, and this meant how you get them, with whom you work, and how these stories circulate. So basically the whole concern about stories was because I thought that stories can also do things. They can have agency, they can be points of identification for people, and they can actively circulate and perhaps counter-narrate, perhaps do something, perhaps claim, perhaps protest. So in that regard, under that ground, our collaboration sometimes collides.
Well, my case is a bit different. I was just talking with Marc in the break about the 90s. In fact, I was educated in the 90s, and we were talking about when did we realize that we're living in a neoliberal society. Well, at that moment, when I was in art school, I didn't. And but looking back to this period, I understand that I was educated to understand that my career was the most important thing at that moment. That my name as an artist was a kind of brand, and I had to become visible. And I had to look out for my own interest. You could say that I was educated in a way that I was supposed to be an artistic individual, an entrepreneur, you could say, in a way. It was the moment of Tina, this famous phrase of Margaret Thatcher, there is no alternative. So as an artist, what I was doing, making exhibitions, I was making exhibitions about social issues, later on a lot about labor, but in museums. And more and more I got this idea, I got this question, I was asking myself more and more for whom I'm working. And that is quite an important question if you are working inside a museum and you look around and you see, hey, who is actually visiting this museum? But in a certain moment, after one exhibition, I got a phone call. We're talking now about 2010. I got a phone call by somebody of the Union of Cleaners, and they asked me or they invited me to work with and for cleaners to make an exhibition about trash. Well, that was the starting point of a collaboration that took more or less 10 years, and that ended last Monday. So last Monday, there was a very small, a goodbye moment to the Parliament of the Cleaners. 10 years was a very interesting period, and what is so interesting about this period is that my audience was completely different. The visual language I was using during this period was different from the visual language I was used to when I was working in museums. Also, the ownership of the artwork is very different. You could say that the authorship is more or less collective. I hear this also just by the performance. They were talking about giving and receiving. Well, actually, this is also one very important element. If you work as an artist in a trade union, it's all about giving and receiving, because a union means taking care for others. And there was one member, was Tim Edwards, his name. He explained me, you know, I didn't become a member for myself. I became a member for others.
So for today, we have been thinking in a few conditions that uncertainty brings with, especially conditions that can be an opportunity for thinking things in a different way. So I mentioned before that I was interested in stories, and why I was interested in stories was because they bring forward facts. And if we talk about facts, I think I can now name a number of facts that you all probably might recognize or will be familiar with. So 6 months ago, we faced it all, a new scenario for our life, the pandemic and what this unravel affected our work, our relationships, the prospect we could make of our life. So if I have to think in retrospect, what was a word that could summarize my own story was concern. So the concern was what can happen to, not only to me, but to everything that was around me, my family, my friends, my work, the works of others. So especially at the cultural field, that was a very concrete question, because no one could work. Maybe other works were more essential, or maybe people could work from home. But in the cultural field was still a question of like whether people would meet or not, if you would present, if you could really convene together. And that up until today is one of the sectors that is still in a very dreadful condition. So I was lucky enough to really see that, okay, there was an event that produced changes in all the conditions that were surrounding my life, and that made me lose the horizon. So the help for artists in the Netherlands is luckily very good compared to other countries where there is actually no help at all. So I was lucky to be part of this system, and I got helped financially for as an independent artist. So that was good news. Many of us could survive during these critical circumstances. So I thought, okay, there is a strategy I can rely on. I'm being considered. This made me feel protected. But at the same time, however, I felt that behind this protection, there was also something else produced by this care. And that came as a danger to me, because I perceive, okay, this is a gesture that I cannot be able to correspond. I cannot reciprocate. It creates a passive situation for me. So care in this context becomes a one-way movement, whereby the recipient, so me, or maybe some of you as well, were really deprived from having the possibility of reciprocity. So my concern since then, since I noticed that, was how can seriously I look for different positions of that, of perspectives? How can this passivity be subverted? So I started to look around and see how would it be? Is something that it depends only on me and depends on many others? Is something that I need to initiate? It needs to be together, magically happen? So I was really curious about that.
Well, let's stay in the present. Let's stay in the crisis we are right now in. I think we can call our situation right now a crisis. And especially here now in the Netherlands, we are, I think, 1 or 2 weeks before our next lockdown. I hope I'm not right. But we will show you now in video what is about the first lockdown, where we were in the end of March and April. The video has been filmed in April, and we would like to ask you, keep in mind one question, and the question is, what are in the current crisis our possibilities to give something in return, to care, or to say the other way around, or in another way, how can you care in a critical moment? Well, let's have a look to the video.
Wekenlang werd er gedaan of het virus aan ons voorbij zou gaan. Het zou zo'n vaart niet lopen. En ook, het leek gewoon op een normale griep, werd er gezegd. Maar op een dag waren wij aan de beurt. In het begin leek het alsof de regering bewust niets deed. Maar we waren er niet klaar voor. En de regering wist dat. De premier vertelde plechtig op de televisie dat we het over ons heen zouden laten gaan en immuun zouden worden. Maar het virus bleek dodelijker dan een griepje. En we konden het niet stoppen. We konden het niet meer relativeren, het weglachen. Het virus was anders dan normaal. De premier riep op om thuis te blijven en de mensen begonnen te hamsteren. Lege schappen in de supermarkt en angst op de gezichten van de mensen.
Era durante 2000, 2001. Un desastre. En Argentina bajó el consumo, la inflación aumentó el doble, el dólar se disparó. En esa época no había trabajo. Yo me acuerdo que andaba en bicicleta por la ciudad. En la zona sur, una fábrica después de la otra cerró. No había nadie, solo el heladero, las lagartijas y yo. Nadie más andaba por la calle. Fue una crisis económica tremenda. En ese momento ya empezamos a ver que las cosas no cerraban en nuestra empresa. La empresa no pudo pagar sus deudas. El dueño se fue a Buenos Aires y no le importaba nada de nosotros. Y bueno, entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Ahí viene la disyuntiva. O nos quedamos todos en la calle o tratamos de hacer algo para mantener la fuente de trabajo. ¿Qué posibilidades teníamos? O la empresa se presenta en quiebra para así buscar a un comprador que lo quiera montar y que además nos quiera tener como empleados a todos, o que nos hagamos cargo nosotros, como trabajadores, y entonces así formar una cooperativa. Bien. Lo encaramos. Y ahí hubo que empezar a aprender. ¿Qué es una cooperativa? ¿Cómo se trabaja? ¿Quién hace esto? ¿Quién hace aquello? Y así empezamos. Así formamos la cooperativa de trabajo. No teníamos otra alternativa. Nos une la crisis.
Alleen samen krijgen we corona onder controle. Dat is de leus die ons door de crisis heen helpt. Maar samen? Door het virus zijn alle grenzen dichtgegaan. Op de grens met België staan zelfs betonblokken. Het is eerder ieder voor zich. Elke week sterven er onzichtbaar mensen. En elke week wordt er gegoocheld met cijfers. Je telt enkel mee als je getest bent. En er wordt niet veel getest. Heel intelligent, onze lockdown. Het is stil op straat. We kunnen niet meer winkelen. We kunnen niets met ons geld doen. Alles valt om. Op een avond sta ik samen met mijn buren op het balkon. Ik applaudisseer 1 minuut voor de vitale werkers in de ziekenhuizen. Voor zorgwerkers die al jarenlang overbelast waren. Later hoor ik op de radio dat we 80-plussers die te dik zijn en gerookt hebben, aan het redden zijn.
Pero yo creo que a pesar de todo, de nuestras debilidades, siempre digo que lo que nos une es la crisis. Es nuestro motor. En base a eso trabajamos. Y hacemos todo y así crecemos. Es un riesgo tomar la fábrica, formar la cooperativa. Creo que no hay una fórmula para hacerlo. Tuvimos que hacerlo. Tuvimos que hacerlo. Hay personas como que están preparadas para eso, a un cambio constante. Y también hay que aceptar a esa otra persona que no lo está. Hay distintos grados de compromiso. No todos actúan de la misma manera. Hay algunos que verdaderamente están comprometidos y hay otros a los que todavía les falta un montón. El cambio siempre cuesta. Venimos de una cultura dependiente del patrón, o sea, siempre necesitamos un jefe. Vos necesitas la figura de un jefe para organizarte. El cambio es que nosotros nos organizamos en el trabajo sin la figura del dueño, del jefe. Ese clic en la cabeza, yo creo que es la parte más fundamental de la cosa.
Op straat loop ik steeds met grotere bogen om mensen heen. Angst om besmet te worden. Eerst was alles onzichtbaar. Het virus, de ouderen die stierven. Maar langzaam zie ik een economische crisis op me afkomen. Ik dacht altijd onaantastbaar te zijn, succesvol, een winnaar. Maar het was een droom. Een paar maanden geleden was alle ongelijkheid voor ons nog mooi verborgen. Nu kan je er niet meer van wegkijken. De flexwerkers, de ongedocumenteerde werkers, arbeidsmigranten uit Oost-Europa, kinderarbeid in de supermarkten. Alles wat nu gebeurt, roept vragen op. Maar het virus bepaalt, vertraagt, isoleert. Wat is er mogelijk?
Nadie pensaba en una cooperativa ni creían en una cooperativa. El tiempo nos hizo ver que sí podemos, que estamos haciéndolo. Así, digamos, fuimos creciendo. Regenteamos el negocio y nos organizamos como trabajadores. Acá somos 35 socios y somos todos iguales. Hay un tesorero, un presidente, porque nos obligan a tenerlos dentro de un consejo de administración. Pero en el momento de la asamblea no hay presidente. No hay secretario, no hay tesorero. Hay que tratar de que seamos todos iguales. Pero ojo, si vas más en lo específico, eso va en lo individual. Porque si a vos no te conviene, vos no estás. La cosa es perdurar y seguir con el modelo, ganando siempre. No hacer una fortuna, sino tener un sueldo digno, tener una obra social, un seguro, una jubilación, todas cosas a largo plazo. No buscar el gran capitalismo del patrón de poner un negocio y llevársela. Eso ya murió en nosotros.
Een chic warenhuis opent weer haar deuren. Voor de ingang staan wachtende mensen te klappen. De deuren van andere winkels zullen nooit meer opengaan. Vele mensen zullen werkeloos worden, nog meer schulden krijgen. De regering probeert dit nieuwe normaal zo lang mogelijk uit te stellen. De grote klap uit te stellen. Maar we weten inmiddels dat Nederland niet erg immuun is. Het gaat lang duren. Langer dan we voor mogelijk hebben gehouden. Gedesoriënteerd slaag ik er niet in helder te denken. Wat is waarschijnlijk? Wat is mogelijk? Is dat al bepaald? De vraag is, keren we terug naar een leven van steeds meer werken en consumeren? Terug naar een leven vol onzekerheden en met schulden? Of kan er nu eindelijk iets gaan veranderen?
La cosa está en organizarse. En nuestro caso fue hacer la cooperativa. Y esto es un modelo para la vida, no es un modelo para el trabajo. Es una otra manera de vivir. Entonces, imagínate, te lleva tiempo. Y hay distintas etapas. La primera etapa es resistir la toma de la fábrica. Ese es el inicio y es lo más fuerte. El momento que más pesa y que marca cada recuperada. El ocupar y el resistir. Y después es producir y gestionar. Pero en realidad nuestro éxito sería el hecho de que la cooperativa pueda ser una ayuda social y dejar de lado todo ese egoísmo que todo ser humano tiene. El éxito yo lo relaciono más a la parte social que a la parte económica. Si bien la parte económica ayuda mucho, pero creo que el logro de unión que se da en el grupo, eso es lo que suma. Porque sin esa unión no puedes lograr esto. Esto lo haces en conjunto. Si no, no sirve. No te olvides. Esto de la crisis a uno le cambia la cabeza. Porque empieza a ver la realidad de otra manera.
Okay. So probably the scenarios you saw are very familiar, and in other cities were the same, and Facebook and Instagram were full of these empty cities during lockdowns. But you might wonder how the correspondences in between these stories has been made, or how we thought of that. Are you wondering about that? Or no? Okay, good. Basically, the male voice is taken from conversations we had with workers of recovered enterprises in Argentina. Recovered enterprises was a form of organizing work, especially after the 2001 crisis in Argentina, where several factories and enterprises went bankrupt. Factories, but also could be restaurants, could have been boutiques, could have been any other form of working together. So therefore it's called recovered enterprises, because there is a bankrupt, and then the workers get united to appropriate the means of production, which is their labor. Actually, they know how to work, they know how to display the task that they were hired for. So they take care themselves of a business. So they work without a boss, in a way. So we try to correspond, not to equalize, not to compare, but to correspond the stream of consciousness of a person during a crisis now in our place in Amsterdam, and the thoughts of those people that we talked with, and they were really looking in retrospect to what meant for them the moment of crisis, what changes for them, and how that deploy a different set of relationships, of prognosis, of perspectives, and that for us was interesting. So here we see, for instance, one of La Cabaña, that is a cooperative that does dairy products. Now is existing for more than 10 years, so they bought land where they could also construct a new plant to produce. So it went very well with the model they took from 2006. And then we have the other ones that were, well, this is still La Cabaña. Sorry, you showed before some others. So there were also other cooperatives that were more industrial, and they made cutting knives for industrial things, and they also had a lot of problems and struggling, but in a way they kept on producing later on. So I think, yeah, I don't want to extend more about that, but yeah, sorry.
Okay, then let's go back to the Netherlands, and here we go back to 2006. What you see here is also a crisis, but it's a bit different. It's not an economical crisis, it is not a social crisis, but what you see here is a crisis of representation. Because if we go to the next slide, this is the same photo of the same trade union. What you see here is the Union of Cleaners of the Netherlands. But you see here a photo of 2018. If you go back to the first slide, this is 2006, this is 2018. So there you can see directly there's a huge difference, a visual difference. But what also is interesting, there's a structure behind it. And also the structure of the Union of Cleaners changed completely. Here you see a photo, I think it's even before 2005, I think, and it was already where they were working on how can we deal with this crisis, because it was around 2000 that there were two union officials, you see them here, they saw a film. They saw a film, an art film, or you could say it was a film of Ken Loach, it was Bread and Roses, and for them it was an eye-opener. So if somebody ever says art doesn't make any sense, well, this is an example. In the trade union world, the film Bread and Roses was really important for many people. They saw why was it important? Because they were looking for a different way of organizing the trade union, because they had a problem of representation. What was the problem? At that moment, more and more cleaners in the Netherlands had a migrant background. Still now, and also during that period, most of the cleaners were female. But if you are looking to the so-called kaderleden in the Netherlands, in the English you call it shop stewards, so the people, let's say the cleaners, the workers who represent their co-workers, they were white and male. So there wasn't kind of problem. I think we have this problem nowadays in the Netherlands everywhere, more or less, you could say. But already in the trade unions, they were, hey, there's something wrong. We have to work on that. And how can you change, let's say, an old trade union into a new trade union? Well, they use this idea of organizing for this. The film of Bread and Roses is all about this campaign of the trade union from the USA, the SEIU. They had a campaign, it was Justice for Janitors. The film Bread and Roses was about this campaign. And what is the most important element of organizing are the organizers. People who go on the street, go to the workplaces of the workers, are waiting at 6 o'clock in the morning in a bus stop to get some phone numbers of workers, cleaners in this case, and they call them later in the day, and then they want to know what is going on actually, what are the problems, but also, and that's maybe the most important, who are the natural leaders? Who are the workers who can represent you? Well, and they were starting this new way of organizing, and already in 2010, they were able to have their first strike. And why is it so important? Because this strike of 2010 of the cleaners was the longest strike we had in the Netherlands since the 30s. This was a starting point not only for the Union of Cleaners, but also for more sectors in the federation, because the Union of Cleaners is part of the FNV, this is the Federation of Dutch Unions, what is quite, for the Netherlands, a big organization of 1 million people. And they were able to start and change. So if we go now to the next slide, what you see is here are some of the cleaners. So it was not only the representation what they changed, but there was a more important element, and that was the parliament. So in the Netherlands, of the Union of Cleaners, they have their own parliament. That means, so where I was talking about this so-called natural leaders, these people, they form all together a parliament, and they discuss together what are their demands, what they want to change, and how they want to change it. This parliament forms a government, and of course a government has a president. And this is what you see here is the lady with the microphone. This is our president. She's called Khadija Hayati. What is important of this all is that you make from, let's say, passive union members activists. And that is the big change. And it is important that they learn to talk by themselves, that they use their own words, and also that they start to paint by themselves. Why is it so important? Because before, in the past, a trade union was always using an advertisement company for their campaigns. And what kind of visual language are using these advertisement companies? Corporate design. So it was possible, and it has happened, that the same advertisement company who was working for the trade union was maybe the next day working for the company they were fighting against. So what is the role of an artist is to help people to use their own words, to paint by themselves, to make their own stories. When is an artist successful? The moment when he becomes less and less visible, when he is merged completely into the collective. Well, you could say that in the last years I was working inside the trade union, I became a bit invisible. What is maybe a real big problem for, let's say, most of the artists, but in a way it makes you feel good, and now I left this place, and that means that, well, my work is more or less finished. Workers can paint by themselves, can use their own words, can make their own stories, and also can make their own visual language, because what is important is that they create their own identity, and it's all about this in the end. And it started in a moment of crisis. So the moment of crisis is an important moment to start with creating a change.
So in both cases, we can say, either in an Argentinian dramatic case of a terrible, dreadful economic crisis, and in the Dutch workers' unions, which was a different but also crisis, the workers prove it, and the people prove it to be able to organize themselves collectively. So that is possible. That was my hypothesis when I thought, oh, how can I get back to be active again? So in this moment of stepping into a change and the possibility of activating yourself together with others is where you can learn to share responsibilities, to work otherwise, to nonetheless, despite all the circumstances, activate yourself to do things a bit different and to implicate the moment that you are in. So actually that is what I think we think that can be close to giving. So is to take the responsibility and to have something, whether it's not something material, but then you create something that you have to give to others. So this activation enabled, in this case, also the workers in the union and the workers in Argentina to get out of their dependent, passive situation, a situation that in fact was making them very vulnerable. So standing here, we both as artists, we wonder and would like to think together with you, how can we care in a critical moment? How can we think of this activation that could happen in a moment as we are living now? Yeah.
This was a question, by the way.
So, can you restate the question? And we're curious about how you think, what you think.
Do you mean how we could collectively stand up to fight a crisis, or like how we? Is that your question?
No, it's more what are the mechanisms that everyone can operate to mind about the situation, and how you can get active to that. Would that be getting together with people that are of your community, or you can do it alone, or how do you imagine it?
Get active rather than passive.
Yeah.
And well, personally, we think that a very important element in this is to get organized and to get away of this individual position, what we have, especially as artists, what we have, and how, in order to get away from this passive situation, what we're in right now, I think there are already some organizations right now in the Netherlands who are organizing themselves, artists like the platform BK is, for example, an example. The We Are Here group I'm sitting in the room is an example. People who organize themselves to become active.
And do you mean getting active in music art in this process, or not necessarily?
Well, personally, I think art is something quite wide. I think also there's a question of what I did in the trade union. Is this all art? Well, this is a very difficult question. What are the definitions of art, first of all? And later on, this is quite difficult to, let's say, what is actually an artwork, or what is part of a campaign, or what is a part of an expression of a worker. It's quite unclear. But I personally like this unclearness in order to widen up this what art can be. And I think art can be much more than we think till now. I think there are more possibilities than we are using.
Or perhaps in this framework, we can also say more than what art can be, what art can do to the purpose of activating. Could that be a medium to gather people? Could that be a way that you make visible certain stories, certain images? Art can also circulate in a way that other things cannot, so it has a capacity in a way.
But in a certain way, we are restricted by our space, by the limits of our space, right? I all of a sudden, like, I went through this, that I'm a sculptor usually, so I work with metal in a huge space, and I'm trying to repress it through the sculptures, and all of a sudden I'm locked down in isolation. So I was thinking, let's make it digital or something like this. But it wasn't the best, healthiest way for me, because I'm get used to use the materials, and to, in a certain way, I was calmness, but it was, I don't know how, I don't felt that good through this kind of a process. So of course, I think the Japanese they have the very good mindset about this, because they're quite close mentally and they appreciate like the physical space, also the mental space. So you cannot access it immediately as the Western world, for example, we do, and we make contacts. For us, I think it's way more difficult to feel restricted, and especially because our liberal perspective.
Well, first of all, I have to say your feelings, I had the same feelings in the beginning. It is a really difficult situation for everybody. So how do you work if you cannot go outside? We don't have a solution yet. And also everybody knows that going on the internet, making everything digital has also its limits. Yes?
I think the capacity of data also in our days, this also something that now it's way more productive than anything, but it's have also, I read an article that there is own limits. So now every search will be deleted also from Google, and you can accept more, you can receive your data, but also you have to be aware that you have to delete something, or like the storage of the data will be deleted if you don't use it at any time. So then also everything, I think this Corona crisis, through slowing down our processes, it's hard to navigate through this meta kind of a level that we are now in. So
but we were showing also this part of Argentina, of the crisis of Argentina, because even their situation was even more extreme than our situation is right now. It became a starting point. It was the crisis, they say, the crisis united us.
Something like, imagine that you cannot even take money from the bank, that none of your family has any resources, that you want to take a bus and you cannot even pay it. So actually there was no lockdown. Of course you could get together with people, but you couldn't do anything. Maybe you couldn't even buy food. So the restrictions there were much more serious, because you couldn't imagine how to live next day, you know.
Well, but they suppress some kind of a way of I don't think it's nice at all, of course, but also through this kind of processes, people are like becoming flexible, right? So because then they're surprised by their way of it's basically how to survive from their needs.
Can I ask if there's any other questions or voices to respond to? It's a good point. I like where you're going, but I'm just wondering if there's other voices.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I found what you were saying about a good artist is invisible or makes themselves invisible really interesting. And I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on tensions that might exist within the labor movement or outside the movement with the making visible of types of labor. And I'm thinking in particular of like the labor of cleaning, right? Like reproductive labor, this idea of wages for housework. Like there is some work that needs to be done in making things visible. Your practice is working with that, but I was wondering if you encountered any tensions with these ideas of like artist labor as making yourself invisible, and then the labor movement as visualizing somehow.
Well, first of all, I think you're talking now about especially about the domestic workers, and that is one sector of the Union of Cleaners, and their main problem was being invisible. But in general, you could say for all the cleaners, I think the invisibility was one of the main issues. There's also one phrase in the Netherlands during the campaign, and it was nooit meer onzichtbaar, never ever invisible. That is for the cleaners, but even more for the domestic workers. And for them, it is still a huge problem because they, till this moment, are ignored. I think we are talking about the position of domestic workers in the SER, in the social economic and council. And but the government, for political reasons, don't want to deal with these questions. And then we talk about this government, but also about the other government with the PvdA, for example. Over there it was, and there we worked together with the domestic workers, and we made these videos of the shadow place, and that was directly a way to play with being invisible, and a way to play with the position of the domestic workers in the Netherlands. What is that most of them are undocumented, so most of them were afraid of being visible on a video, so we were playing with the shadows of them. And that was, for example, something what came from artists, this whole idea of working, let's say, with the shadows.
Well, we also thought it was the appropriate aesthetic to represent the problem. So that was our main purpose for that. We never did shadow plays before. We were not specialized on that. But we thought, okay, considering the circumstances and who are the people and the demands, then this form is the exact one to represent that. So in a way, we try to visibilize their invisibility. So.
And going back on the question of becoming invisible as an artist, with the domestic workers is a bit different because they are in a different stage of the campaign. I think the campaign is not going that well, and the main reason is political reasons. That is nowadays in the Netherlands nearly impossible to discuss the position of undocumented people in the Netherlands, and there are so many. And this is, I think, well, of course I am getting angry about this, but it's something, in fact, you have to deal with. But in case, let's say, going back to the position of the artist in the union of the cleaners and is becoming invisible, organizing is a method to reactivate a union, to reactivate members inside the union. So the goal of an artist is also that, in a way, workers, cleaners, can take over the work of an artist. Of course, you know, as an artist you are trained. As an artist you have some skills. But it is possible to get, let's say, the last was on Monday, there was also where some workshops. People nowadays are directly, for them it is possible to think in a creative, in a visual way at this moment. And that was not the case when we're talking about 2006.
We need to wrap
Finish.
up.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to thank you very much for your very thought-provoking presentation.
Thank you.
Now we'll have a break and be back here by 6:30, where we will have a very full presentation from the United States over video. In the time between then and now, there is food available for you to eat. We will go there with respect to corona distancing. Your dinner tonight will be prepared by Anne-Chienne Meyer and Luz Arzt. Thank you. Now from Boston and New York, Jules Rochielle, who organized and curated this whole event, will be facilitating a conversation with artists Lemerche Fraser, Gloretta Baines, Nyok Tran Vu, and Sean Desiree and Transboxing. Thank you.
So we'll fix it. Hello, are we live there? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Marc. My name is Jules Rochielle, and I'm just wanting to share this wonderful group of artists that I've had the privilege and honor of working with in a variety of different capacities in different projects in two cities I live in. I live in two cities. I live in Boston, and I live in Brooklyn, New York. And this group of artists are artists that I've become engaged with, some artists for 3 years, other artists for about 1.5 years, and I really wanted to share the ways with you, the way that they've been practicing, kind of as in our country, in the United States, as we sort of navigate the way I'm going to frame it, the sort of multiple crises. So it's not just Corona. We have a crisis of housing and eviction and inequity and economic downfall. We have a crisis of racism and, subsequent violence that has sort of erupted, but also has pre-existed, beyond this time. But it is a historic sort of racism that also carries a level of violence and trauma. We have inequities in terms of gender, race, and class. And so these are some of the artists that I've been working with, and that, these are the people that keep me going as a creative practitioner in the cities that I live within. So I, wanted to start with a reflection. I think we're going to I'm going to move to my right. So my first reflection will be from Sean Desiree, and about the ways that Sean has been practicing living in sort of two worlds, as sort of someone who identifies as trans but also Black, and how their work reflects trying to create a sense of safety, security, and resilience within their own body, but also within others that they become engaged with. So Sean does beautiful, structures, that sort of around sort of issues of housing and timbers, but also is a furniture and wood maker. So Sean, I'm going to just sort of give it over to you, and if you could share a little bit about the ways you've been working and organizing.
Yes, definitely. Thanks, Jules. So right now, specifically during a time where, things feel even more uncertain than they usually feel for the most part, when I go outside in my home, I feel unsafe. And so I am thinking of ways that I can kind of create that sense of safety for myself, and how can I use my skills as a woodworker? So just to give you a little background, last year, I co-facilitated a workshop that was around timber framing, teaching people how to create buildings themselves. And I don't know, a lot of people there know about timber framing. It's really, you only need maybe 5 tools to create a shelter for yourself. So it's really, the workshop is only Black and Indigenous people, people of color within the workshop, teaching skills of how to kind of make sure that we are taken care of and we could take care of each other. And so this project that is coming out of that ability to make structures is around safety. What do I need in order to be safe in an environment? And so the name of the project is Shield Us, Keep All of Me. And it's visualizing what is protection for Black and trans queer people. And for the most part, there's so many factors that go into why I feel, unsafe. As you all know, there's police brutality, there's street harassment, there's transphobia, there's homophobia, there's all these things that I'm trying to navigate in the world, and still be a functioning human outside and still feel like I can have joy. And so with these structures, they're going to be timber frame structures that are depart from the traditional way of looking at timber framing. And I think the fact that the structure is going to be built by me and other people of trans and queer people of color, it's already changing the narrative of how structures are generally built in most countries, which is by white cis men. And I really see it as a way for me to kind of rethink a structure. Like, what do I want in it? Like, what is going to make me feel safe and comfortable? And like bringing this kind of like these tools and knowledge to various communities, because just doing it in New York, where we had this project, it's like is really life-changing. It's kind of like a way to give yourself the ability to, you know, be self-reliant. And so I see that as a way to, you know, to take it to other communities to do the same, like, and like in queer communities all over the country and trans communities all over the country, and within people of color being like, okay, well, here's this knowledge base that is often kept from us. And this is how we can, you know, use a skill to create our own spaces, our own communities, get our own land. So it's all connected to like, you know, self-reliance and land building. And also it's, you know, wrapped up in art as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sean. So I'm sorry that, you know, all of you could spend an hour each talking about the work you do. We have a limited amount of time. So I'm going to kind of keep moving around to the circle that's on my screen. And so Nola is the founder of Transboxing. And, you know, I really wanted Nola to talk about, especially during the pandemic, around this sort of care for the bodies that she kind of extended that they extended outward to community through transboxing. So I know you can be much more articulate about the way that you are looking at that practice as an artist, but also through your collective. So I'm wondering, Nola, if you could share a bit more about the way that you've been you know, working in a community context around this sort of issue of caring for bodies through your practice.
Yeah, totally. Thank you so much, Jules, and just for organizing the event and for inviting all of us. I feel really honored to be a part of it. And so I'd be happy to talk a little bit about transboxing and kind of give like a brief overview and then talk about where we're at right now in the current context. The project, I started the project in 2017, and the parameters were basically like holding a for trans once a week, and that was in person. This is obviously pre-COVID. And so that was kind of the main thing we did, along with some like one-off workshops here and there.
Lots
but
of course.
Over the years, the project has shifted in various ways while continuing to center trans and gender variant people. And similarly to Sean's practice, you know, I like to think of it as like making this kind of set of skills and this knowledge base available to people that might not otherwise have access to it. And so in that sense, it's kind of queering the practice itself. And recently, when the shutdown happened, we decided to start doing virtual classes. And so we've been holding those weekly through Zoom since like April. And that's been really, really interesting. It's provided like a whole different type of engagement. First of all, with people who are outside of New York, which is obviously not an option when we have our weekly in-person classes. But also, I think just like connecting socially as a group, as queer and trans people through this platform with an intention to do something, right? With a focused intention. It's like, we're here, we have this like set of things we're going to be doing today. We're going to be focusing on the jab. We're going to be focusing on pivots today. We're going to be doing this, and that. I think for me, that kind of structure and discipline allows me to feel liberated from maybe the overwhelming and like maybe illegible social and political right now. So through kind of, I believe that it can provide that opportunity for other people as well. So, and I think virtual format of the classes, it's opened up things in a new way, really unexpected kind of directions. And it's also provided a kind of intimacy and vulnerability. I think that in-person boxing, any in-person group physical activity, there's a degree of vulnerability and just shared humanity. But through everything that's been going on, and that's been happening through uprisings and quarantine and shutdown, I think that seeing people vulnerably showing up in their homes amidst all kinds of circumstances has been really just like profoundly impactful for me, at least. And so I take, I just feel really honored to be able to hold that space and shift it as it needs to shift. So.
Thank you so much, Nola, for talking about transboxing and your work on a sort of a larger scale. But also some really great things hopefully will come down the pike in figuring out ways to engage young people and youth in the public school system, kind of using some of these strategies too. So hopefully more in the future we'll get to be able to share some of that outward. So I'm going to continue moving around the sort of square, and we have Gloretta Baines here, and I'm wondering, Glo, there's so many different things that we can talk about, but you're kind of my go-to person whenever I want to share a little bit about kind of the amazing work of the African American Master Artist in Residency program, but also the kind of long-term struggle that kind of that organization or collective has gone through to kind of maintain, to take care of, and to celebrate sort of what it means to have Black cultural space. And there's been some struggles that have happened over time. And I'm just wondering if you can do a share out about some of that work, if you would, please.
Sure. First of all, AMARP, the African American Master Artist in Residence Program, is actually celebrating 43 years of cultural excellence for the city of Boston and our region. And also we have an international presence. We have been through some challenges in terms of our physical space. We don't have full access, but in lieu of that, we have been doing a tremendous amount of online programming with our community partnerships. Since we are not allowed to have full access to our studios at this time, we have also engaged in a new program called Justice on the Stoop. Lamerche Frazier will talk a little bit more about that particular programming, that we can still continue to engage our community and have these type of thoughtful conversations. I have been working with a number of community partners, and we have developed significant programming in terms of artists, their works, the medium, the process, and we're able to share, the process of the artist, the thought, the execution, the media, how it relates to structural racism that's happening in the country today. You were talking about the culture of care, how our works are reflecting all of those different categories. And it has been quite a challenge. But in spite of that, myself personally, I have been working with the disability community. As a caretaker, I have been providing online programming, cultural programming for them, as well as having a political conversation with them every week in terms of voting.
Sometimes it happens with Glo's connection.
But
so
because of these troubling times, exactly. So I find myself going, working in different directions with different type of audiences in terms of our work and also the work that AMUP does. Like I said, we do have an international presence as well, and we try to share what we do, with those community partners and international partners. We have a relationship with the Sudan, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Cuba, Brazil, Taiwan, China. So we have been maintaining a relationship with all, internationally as well as locally, in terms of how we can interact with our communities.
Awesome. Thank you so much for just sharing a little short story there. I know there's so much that you could share, but thank you for being here with me, Glo. I really appreciate you and your storytelling. Martje, I'm going to shift to you. You're kind of in the center of the screen, or at least on my screen. And first of all, what does your shirt say? I kind of quite get it, but yeah.
Hashtag emphatically stated.
Okay, that's totally true. Emphatically stated, Lamerche Frazier. So I know there's a lot of work that you do. You're a tremendous sort of organizer and in the city of Boston and beyond, but you've been working on some, projects, Hope Story Scrolls, and also, which I think, people would want to hear about. I've been certainly following that kind of like, I think it happens every week, this sort of ongoing sort of performance, but also activism, and sort of like maybe do some storytelling about how both of those projects sort of represent the care that you're giving to the communities that you're connected to.
Okay, so I would just like to acknowledge that in the Western Hemisphere, we are on the lands of the indigenous people, and we are its good guests. And this has been a part of our 500-year shared history of Black and indigenous people to be recognized, to be acknowledged, and to share what is basically an unwritten history. And the way that I work with communities is to focus on that space we occupy in historical narrative, and the way that we push out our art making to underscore that our reclaim of personhood is extremely important. And so we have been displaced in the narrative. We have been displaced in our communities. And a way to grab that back is a way to work in art and restore the creative being, if you will. So that's a part of my work that I think is public. It is also private. I do workshops with virtual space now that we've been pushed in that space. But I think it's an ever enlarging an opportunity to reach more people. And so I created a project called the Hope Story Scrolls that reaches, as we were in COVID, into homes where parents need to have something to do with their children, or there are household items around that they can use to create a piece of art with something as simple as a piece of tape and some scraps of things that would be recycled or used, and participate in a healthy examination of where they are. And it is a post now COVID project that I continue with people who are first responders and other workshops with continuous intervention with racism as violence and sexism as violence and any trauma and crisis that we can think of that is in our world right now, and how people can overcome that. And in relationship to people like being in the fires in Oregon and California, I had the opportunity to present to a group of women who did Hope Story Scrolls that were like 12 inches just to describe their position. And one woman spoke to the ash. And so in connecting humanity with humanity, I've had several residencies around the world that allow me to see very common threads. And with that, first of all, I would like to thank Stroom and Jules for bringing us another opportunity to know that we're a globe, to participate in the arena of our shared thoughts that get us to a point where we can invite other people and gather around this issue of art and what it really can ignite. And art for health's sake, art for the peace of being. So Justice on the Stoop is a part of a program that AMARP, as Loretta has laid out for us, is involved in to answer to our displacement from our studios. And so two of the artists, Marlon Forster and Jeff Chandler, created this program on the outside, on the stoop, because we can't use our studios inside, to present art to community, to share art with community every Saturday that it's been warm. So we're now trying to go into another, we have to shift somewhere now, but it has been igniting with respect to live, using the connectors of Facebook Live and others to share even more so out. One of the things I did want to say before I finish is that we have been in this space of pandemic with not only racism and the violence and the protest, but we have been right now in a cultural camouflage. And it is now upon us to bring this art out, bring it as a living entity to express and be redemptive in humanity. So that's where I rest.
Thank you, Louwrien. I really appreciate you, and thank you for being here. Tran, I'm wondering if you can do some sharing out about the work that you've been doing kind of over time. You know, just in general, you have a number of different practices. Some of them are media-based, but also the practice that you have with Not for Sale, given that, you know, within the city of Boston, one of the things that, you know, we're very worried about is sort of the pending sort of the lifting of the eviction moratorium, and kind of, you know, what that looks like for, you know, the community that you've been organizing for a number of years and where you're situated now. So if you can just do some sharing about your work, but also kind of, you know, about the concerns that you have in terms of what that means for where you live.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Jules. Hi, everyone. Really, really happy to be here and to be in company with such amazing and dynamic leaders, creative workers, artists. And I just want to echo what Louwrien mentioned, and to really acknowledge, you know, virtually the land of which we all situate on, and to really amplify that. I'm Tran. My pronoun is she, her, and I identify as a Vietnamese American artist and cultural organizer as well as healer. And I think, yeah, I mean, during this time, I think there's so much reckoning that's happening, a lot of which is around, I think, displacement and a sense of belonging. Some of the issue that I've been working with for the past couple of years has been around, specifically in the Boston area where I'm based, around land. And around, you know, neighborhood eviction, displacement, and what it means for people who are living here locally, and for, you know, for them to be a part of decision making that are happening. So in the city of Boston, there's just a lot of planning, you know, development that's happening, and this is just throughout the United States too. In so many neighborhoods, you know, high rises, new buildings are coming up. People are getting displaced from the areas that they grew up in. And so thinking about whose voices are represented. And so some of the work that I've been a part of, and which Jules mentioned, Dorchester Not for Sale, is really organizing local residents, bringing people to the table. And we really organize through a really intergenerational, multilingual, you know, such languages, Vietnamese, Haitian Creole, Spanish. We want to make sure that people who are really at risk, and not, you know, even right now that are happening, people who can't afford to live in their homes, thinking about kind of resources that, you know, during these times. So some of the shifts we've been doing, especially during pandemic time, is to make sure that we create systems of mutual aid efforts, and these kind of efforts are happening throughout places in the country and world too. They're making sure that families, you know, have meals, especially elders, especially people who need kind of critical aid, critical certain kind of transportation to get, you know, to for health reasons, for just different, to make sure that they get the resources that they need, and for us really, you know, constantly shifting around kind of the needs of our local residents. I think oftentimes, you know, so many people are left behind, especially people who are poor, people who don't, you know, whose English is not their native language, or thinking around how to really participate at meetings that takes place in the city, that, you know, oftentimes you need a certain level of access. So for us, really thinking about, you know, the residents in our neighborhood, in our community, and thinking about the ways that we can really, you know, bring people to the table and to help empower, to help, you know, and for us to think of it as a form of resiliency and strategy. And so some of these efforts, you know, it's ongoing, and especially during, you know, these times there's so much uncertainty, figuring out constantly what are the ways that we need to kind of revise and to really implement, so that we really meet, you know, our residents and the people in our community where they're at. And so I think this is, you know, just ongoing work that I think, especially during these times, figuring how do we can really, you know, figure out how do we come together in a way that, you know, that makes sense, in a way that really, you know, meets, you know, all of our needs.
Thank you very much. So now I'd like to, Marc, I'd like to call you back and see if we can generate some questions from the audience. Thank you. Hi.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much. That was really nice to hear all of your... Are there questions from the audience? Hold on a moment, we're getting a mic.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, just a feedback from just being here and witnessing you together in this. I don't know if you all know each other, but it just really seemed like the way that you were listening to each other and responding to each other, like really made me feel like, wow, it's one struggle and everybody's in this together. So, yeah. Thanks for your
we
work.
know each other in different ways and different capacities, but we do this work together. I think we've been forming community in different ways, though we've been kind of isolated from each other physically, but we organize sometimes together online, and we know each other. We do things together.
I'd like to respond to that, and also, though we've only had a couple of intersections here in Zoom, it feels like all of the projects are about making people whole as they go forward, and physically, mentally, spiritually, and the power of art to do that. And how I love what Sean and Nola are doing in terms of how they're intersecting in a physical thing that you can look at, you can feel at, and you can do that with the people that you touch in many ways, and giving them a vehicle to be able to survive. It just is so it's so soul stirring. And as we do what is response to artists responding to a protest environment where people are displeased and not knowing what to do, giving some kind of solutions glues us as artists together in this struggle. It is real, and making the ground stable as we've been in this residency in stable ground is about the art not being evicted out of our communities, and giving voice and making real stabs at correcting what's wrong with the world. And so I just think it has been such a delightful experiencing just the two times that we've really, come together with Jules' help to talk about our practices, and not being able to separate my own Blackness from my feminism has been important. And I can feel that being accepted in this space. So just that personhood alone is important with sharing these particular artists and their practice.
Any other questions or comments while we are here with you?
Yeah, I've got a question. Hi, Jules. It's Lua. I don't know if you can see me, but I hope you can hear
Hi,
me.
Lua.
Hi.
Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, it's so nice to see all of you together and see these artists you've been working with. So I noticed that both Tran and Lamaji gave a land acknowledgement before the introduction of their practice. I'm deeply appreciative of this, and this is also, I believe, definitely the first time that we at Stroom have had a land acknowledgement. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit about what this is, so we, as the audience here in The Hague, can start thinking about what would this mean for us in The Hague.
I don't know whether Tran wants to go first, but I have, as a director of education for the Museum of African American History, realized that this is a struggle that has been a 500-year shared history of people in this hemisphere to write what began in 1492, an arrival of Columbus and the European intervention into the Western Hemisphere. That becomes important to acknowledge that there were people here engaged in civilization prior to that intervention, that they were engaged in their own art making, their own family beings, their own ways of mathematics and building structures. And so the flora and the fauna had names before this kind of intervention, and to acknowledge that has not been a part of the narrative of the history that we now are trying to expand is one of my devotions to that. And the opportunity to be on this land has certainly made its mark in my family and the generations that I have come from, and descendants of Africans who were brought here as early as the 1500s to build this country. So it is about identity. It is about looking at those who have ownership by theft of people and property, those who have dispossession of their property, those who are being deemed property, and the question of belonging. How do we then get out of that a sense of ownership and belonging and possession?
Yes, to all that Louwrien mentioned, doubling down, echoing.
I'm sorry, I'm passionate. I'm sorry.
I think the other thing is also of solidarity with Native and Indigenous communities that are still in existence in the United States, the land here, and I think it's a way to acknowledge, yes, communities that are still in existence, and to really think about the colonial history that have existed and are still ongoing, and to really bring that into the fold of all the work that we do. There's been generation before our ancestor is all part of kind of the narrative that we're unfolding, and I think to acknowledge the people who come before us and people who are present and also future as well.
Yeah, because I would argue that Indigenous people still to this day are the group of people that have the least protections, so it's really important to keep bringing it up. I'm so happy that you two brought it up. And I don't know how it relates to the Hague as far as the Indigenous community or communities that are overlooked or communities that are not supported there.
I think what's really important is that in terms of AMARP, this is 13 Master Artists in Residence. We are the first African-American Master Artists in Residence program in the country. And our mandate is to tell those type of narratives. All the artists work in different mediums, in several different types of mediums, and have curated and work as art educators, curators, art professionals, museum professionals in the field with the goal of telling these type of stories and narratives. And I appreciate Louwrien really expounding on that. But as an artist collective, we're behind what each member does in terms of them facilitating these type of conversations. So I just want to address my admiration for everybody on the panel today, because these are very important conversations that we need to continue to keep having.
Yes, indeed.
Do we have time for one more question? Then I have a question for the panel if there's... So I am building up on what Loretta said and some questions that were in the room earlier. I'm curious to know, and also reflecting on what Louwrien was, and Ali's question around I'm not going to be able to quote it, but about not erasing oneself and not erasing oneself, but building up a history together as an individual practice and as a collective practice. There was a presentation earlier today that was asking this very question in the Netherlands. How do we go from a top-down organized society that does provide certain needs but alienates the possible collectivities from below? So I'm interested how you might think about how the stories of others helped you inform your own practice and helped inform a generation of collective projects that you are involved in individually and or together.
I mean, I don't like to hog the conversation, but I do have some response to that immediately. And that is that when researching what has been happening in Europe and looking at the neutrality of some, or what has been posed as neutrality of some of the European nations with respect to this question of race, imperialism, and colonialism, we can think about some of what has happened with regard to the nation of France. France was a clearinghouse for enslaved Africans and their ships to go through as of 1745. And France was actually given a pass to not be held so responsible, if you will, but that they have now erected a memorial to recognize artistically the somewhat 2,000 slave ships that went through their port there at Nantes, France. And it's been a memorial that has raised controversy and raised conversations and raised something of the acknowledgement of people that have been affected by this profits before people paradigm, if you will. And so just looking at the opportunity to raise voices that have been hidden, no matter the complexion, no matter the gender, no matter whatever, but to look at the opportunity to create equity with our art is, it should be a worldwide kind of space that we can go in, things happen. So we have is quite expansive and can be dedicated to actually causing people who have not been heard to be heard, if you will. And so that's just something very surface I'm saying, but I'm hoping that it has some bearing on what you just asked.
I think that the kind of responsibility, or the way that I kind of see us working together in these different capacities, is that, you know, in different sort of roles, we can lift each other up in and through kind of the ways that we engage with different communities and publics that we have access to. So, you know, that sort of, I think over the last 3 years, maybe going on 4, of being in kind of connection with Tran and Louwrien and Glow through AMARP, and then the last sort of year or year and a half, moving into 2 years with Nola and Sean, is that, you know, how can we maneuver our situations and how can we leverage opportunities for one another, is sort of for me, something that's really important in the way that, you know, we can support each other in sort of gaining access and visibility and economy.
I think that's a great point. And if I could just jump in quickly if there's time. Wanted to say that in an American context, I think what's really interesting that's happening is we're kind of dealing with like a national reckoning with individuality, and we're seeing the ways in which we have something to do with other people around us. So there's been like just such a mass denial of this fact for so long. And I think as artists too, who are working in socially engaged ways, I don't think that it's surprising that artists who are working in ways that are more context specific have been able to adapt their practices to address the social conditions that are going on right now. But I think too, thinking about what it means to belong and care for a community in terms of what does it require, like loss of certain autonomy, loss of choice, and what is gained through that. And so I think a lot of Americans are reckoning with that. And I think just like on a very practical level, the coronavirus pandemic has just, you know, in the most basic way shown people that what I do affects you, what you do affects me. We affect the larger social body. And I think too, the toxicity that's just been existing in the social body since, you know, the inception of this country and through its various things that have happened. I think we're in a moment where some of that is starting to rise to the surface and to be seen what ends up, you know, happening in the next phase. But I do think that a more collective approach to social life in America, it is my hope that this is the beginning of that, but also sort of starting to recognize the, I think maybe I would say like just the, I don't know, the very fundamental issues with the individual, you know, the white supremacist and individual sort of ideology that America has adopted. And so it's kind of my answer, I guess. And it is also to say that it's my hope that the arts in general can shift towards reimagining what it means to be a social organism in this body and like what our responsibility is.
Fran or Sean?
I don't know where to start. There's so much to unpack and to say. I mean, I think there's a lot of wars that are happening right now. I think wars of culture, wars of values, war of what it means for, you know, for all of our places in whatever society we're in, or how we see ourselves. I mean, I see the role of the artist, of the cultural bearers and worker as being truth tellers and really speaking truth to power, and really to question the status quo in ways to engage, in ways to heal, in ways to organize. And so I think to answer the question about, yes, like our practices, you know, inform each other, even in a matter of just what's happening and the amount of information that are put out there these days, in terms of noise, in terms of you know, what we consume, and whether it's on a mass scale or even individual and interpersonal too, all of that I think plays a role in it shapes and influences the way we think and feel, and oftentimes even, you know, really consume and really, you know, magnify a lot of things too, or even minimize. So I think all of, you know, our practices and others, so many others who are not present, who are not, you know, it really past, present, future. So I think all of that plays a role in shaping how how our practice forms and will be informed.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much, like, along with white supremacy, there's white denial, where they're just like, don't want to see what's in front of their face as far as like how this country was built and how it still affects people. Like when we're talking about indigenous people and people of color, like all around, it's like I and the people in this room, it seems like don't want to live and support that denial anymore, you know? And the things that I want to do is give place, you know, like you were saying before, Tran, to people who are displaced, and like not relying on their systems of oppression, because they're not built to support us. So what can we do? You know, I'm going to build a space that you can't evict me from. You can't foreclose on my home. You know, like over 90% of the land in the United States is owned by white people. And so how do we change that? Like just having, you know, indigenous people are robbed of land, like Black people were like historically held out of land all through like hundreds of years, like through like laws, you know? And so how can we change that? How can we like just create our own safety, our own bubble, you know? Because it's hard to function with people that don't want to participate in like seeing how people are human and seeing their pain, seeing like, you know, what ways we can grow as a nation. Like it doesn't feel like there's much growth that wants to be had, obviously, on the part of people who follow like white supremacist ideology.
And I think of that as to underscore what you're saying, Sean, is to think about that as a right to possess our spaces, and that these strategies, art here being a strategy, or artists and their making to be a strategy, is important in our practice, how we strategize to resolve some of these issues and bring them to the fore. So, you know, I think what you're pointing to even more is the violence of displacement, and how, if we consider it that way, and that everyone has, by the Declaration of Human Rights, the right to exist and the right to have a home. If that is where our foundational space is, and our foundational space as people being regarded as people and not property is another acquisition of strategy that we have to have at the base of what we do, or the things tend to fall apart. Like, you know, from building your structures, if you don't have a firm foundation in your structure, it's not gonna stand. So the strategy with building the house, that physical space that's gonna house you, has to do with building that foundation. And I think that we have not had a global strategy on foundational things. There was in the descriptions of one of the companies, that the redesign by making what is complex more clear was one of the lines. And I think that is a part of what we can do. We've been so lofty. What are we going to do down on the ground?
Thank you.
I think we need to. I'm sorry, you should
I want to
finish
check
up with
back in with the room. We still have time? Do we still have time?
We need to move on,
Okay.
which is unfortunate because you've all
I
been
hope
working
you see
very
why
hard.
I love this group so much. These folks are amazing. And thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much for working hard to bridge the gap between countries and technologies in this time of crisis. So thank you very much. And thank you, Jules.
Would you like us to disappear now?
I'm sorry we couldn't hear your words in the end. Thank you.
Just to leave now? We got to exit the screen, I guess. Okay. Okay, bye, guys.
Are we having a break or are we? Okay, so we're going to continue on with the final presentation for the night that will move from a presentation into a workshop. So I'd like to, We Sell Reality, an artist collective, will be making a presentation. Then we will do a video sign-off, Jules and I, and then we will move into a workshop, which will be a hands-on constructive workshop, which will not be streamed through this camera and through that camera. So without further ado then, I'd like to introduce We Sell Reality.
Oh, wait, put it here. That's so, hi.
Hi.
My name is Elke. Yeah, I'm not alone. I'm here with Arabi, Hassan, Rineke, and Nusaiba. We are from We Sell Reality. We are like an open source collective of undocumented and documented artists. And we derive from We Are Here, which is like a collective of refugees in limbo in Amsterdam. According to Matthijs, we are still very organized, but in fact, that's not really the case. We Are Here is scattered very much because the mayor of Amsterdam decided to stop squatting, like ban squatting for We Are Here. She threatened to send out the foreign police if we would squat another building. That we have done in the past 8 years, but now it's no longer possible. So that's why the collective is all over the city and is not functioning as a collective anymore. Fortunately, We Sell Reality is still going strong. We Sell Reality produces products and art projects. And we, with the aim to raise awareness for the situation of undocumented refugees in the Netherlands and Europe. Yeah, we are very much like one of the questions that we are constantly confronted with on a daily basis in our collaboration is how do we create equal relationships within our team when our position as such in the world is so fundamentally unequal. And this is a very challenging question. As society makes it impossible to create equal relationships. In our team, only the documented members, I'm one of them, can apply for funding if we want. We can sign the contracts. We can receive official payments. And we therefore are always put in the role of the contact person. And that makes, you know, like us kind of like the mediators between the real world and the parallel reality that we are ourselves in on an everyday basis. And this is very, like, that makes the relationships very vulnerable. Because when there's like this amount of inequality, even if we try to undo, it's like a ground for creating problems like distrust, misunderstanding, abuse, or a further denial of someone's existence. Like when somebody is not being able to negotiate with the institutions themselves, like it's already a denial of their important part of the creative work that we do together. So it creates a major imbalance, whether we like it or not. And that's why what we try to do is constantly question this imbalance and search for a relationship of mutuality, where we like care for each other. So, like for example, we create work together, but we also live together in a sense that, like, if people are like on the streets, often they stay for a period in time in my house. They stay there, but they cook and they take care of my children. So in that sense, like, we help each other. It's like it feels very natural, but it's like the inside world, and on the outside, the relationship is not equal, unfortunately. So when your starting point is fundamental unequal, care can actually become very violent for the receiver. Care can become very paternalizing, emphasizing the inequality. It can create dependencies that feels very uncomfortable. It can be humiliating even, or touching upon someone's pride. And the need to always to be thankful for the help that you receive, makes you feel less, you know. How in this situation of fundamental inequality you can, as a caregiver, as you are like automatically being pushed in that position if you have papers, make sure you do not violate undocumented migrants, the ones that you would like to support, the ones that you would like to stand up for. How can you make sure you will not give them this feeling of being less valued? So what we want to do today is, like, we want to do a banner workshop, because that is, like, I think the basic of like how we started. We started to, as we saw reality in and during the times that we are here, we're still functioning as a collective. We in the squatted places, we went there like just to make banners together for demonstrations, and these banners became more and more interesting, artistically seen, and from there we developed an artistic practice. So we want to go back to the basics and make a banner workshop with you today. So we want to invite you to go either there or here to make a banner with us. We have short time, so it doesn't need to be perfect. It's more like a way to communicate and to brainstorm about the questions that I just asked you. So what we want to ask you is to identify yourself with someone that is undocumented and is in a very precarious situation, and try to think about what kind of care they would like to receive and what kind of care they really don't want or need. And of course, you can come up with your own ideas, but we have like people that are very experienced and can also talk with you and inform you about what they want and what they need. And an important part of like working together is listening to each other. So we want you to listen, and then instead of making movements out of listening, we're gonna paint. Yeah. So the banners, we would hope, they're very playful, but we would hope that they would become manuals for care. So welcome care and unwelcome care. So on the banners there could be claims expressed of what is welcome care, and also complaints about unwelcome care. Yeah, that's it. That's the assignment for today. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, we have to divide the group in 2 or 3. We have 3 banners. I don't know how much persons that is per banner. Maybe like 6 to 8 per banner or so. And we're going to set up now quickly a space here, and in the hall there is already a place. And then we just like start and see where it will go. Yes.
And just as a formal note, and to close the video live stream, we're going to quickly do a stream with Jules, which will be short while we're setting up. Okay. So.
Oh yeah, and please make sure that you don't. This building is very clean, huh? So like we work with acrylic paint, so it's easily like removable. But please try not to spread it around. Yeah. Yes. Underneath the banner, so that helps.
So, Jules, you were there for a second.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Jane is here next to me, and we're happy to be closing out the night with you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being there, hosting the space, and kind of keeping the conversation flowing and going, Marc. I really have appreciated being present virtually. And thank you so much, Jane, and to all of the folks at Stroom for providing me with an opportunity to share some of the practices that I discovered when I was in the Netherlands in November, but also to share some of the artists that I work with on such a deep level here, both in Boston and New York. Thank you so much. I hope there's a time soon when we can be together differently. But for now, this has been a really wonderful experience for me to be present with all of you. It's helped sort of end some of the isolation that I've felt in so many ways over the last 6 months. So thank you for helping to get me resurfaced and connected to community and conversation. It's been a wonderful time. Now, please enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll be following up with you soon. So have a really good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.